Live? Maybe. Maybe. And YouTube is back. Alright, so what we're going to be doing is picking up where we left off at Dyson Sphere Program. We did start the stream with Enshrouded, and we're now pivoting over to Dyson Sphere Program. And that's just the nature of I do stream usually almost every day 2 games. That last time we did not do that because they're playing Little Guardsman, and I was at like level... I was basically like 80% of the way through the game, like, alright, well, we're just going to go ahead and find our way through the end. For those who don't know what Dyson Sphere Program is, this is an automation logistics game, so while it might look this is like really complicated going on, almost all these games are a bunch of simple parts mashed together into something more complicated. So, like, these pull up the ore, they get put on these belts then carry them all the way over. I think I'm going the wrong way. Where are your smelters? So it's a set of smelters over there. So there's another set of smelters. There they are. So yeah, so that miner there, it follows this conveyor belt all the way around over here. And then it goes to these. These smelt that, which spit out materials. And those materials, they go around here, which they're then grabbed by this machine to make these coils, which then goes out there. So when you actually look at it, it ends up being a bunch of simple parts that come together to make something ridiculously complicated. That is one of the big negatives for me as a content creator streaming it, is it's really hard for people to get in the middle of it. Because you just see all this complexity and all that. The other thing is, I gotta remember what the heck I was doing. I'm gonna put that on the queue. Alright, what new buildings do I have? Power-wise, we do have the thermal plant for coal. That I guess can make sense. I don't remember where our coal is over... There is coal over there. There we go. Now I got it oriented the way I had it or the other day when we played, so I have some idea. But what I can do with this is, just for the sake of having it, I'm going to drop down a coal power plant right here.
A thermal power plant? This kind of power facility consumes chemical fuel. Ensure adequate fuel supply at all times so the plant can consistently generate power.
Alright. So I went ahead and turned on a coal power plant. And I don't know why the music is like weirdly stuck in like... The music is like weirdly stuck in like the title screen music for a long time. And I didn't really want to listen to that in loop. Yeah, so we're researching a bunch of stuff. So I regret that many games don't have a note function. It would be easier just to off text or text form of some type of bunch. Yeah, or like a recap where appropriate. Nowadays, it's not as urgent because a lot of those games, what they've done is, for better or worse, Steam has had its own notepad functionality, and so it's kind of made it so they can ignore the problem because of the fact that that notepad functionality does kind of cover for them. Alright, so we have the water pump, which we haven't had need for yet. We have conveyors, splitters, and... yeah, that's fine. We got storage, production, we already have the oil refinery, we've got our defensive weapons. Let's see. The core battlefield for battlefield controlling is a powerful real-time battlefield analysis and command capabilities. Self-equipped fighters can be dispatched for defense. A destroyed building can automatically be marked with a hologram constructed drones. Okay. So I need a bunch of fancy things to make that. We can make foundations now if we want. Restore veins? This is in this mode, laying foundation can bury veins underground. Oh, well, I don't care about that. Lay foundation with decoration. Okay. Upgrade facilities. Oh, we can upgrade the Matrix Lab. I don't see how we upgrade. Like, you have a button to upgrade, but it doesn't do anything. Let's see, we occasionally play Steam games outside of Steam, and then it breaks. The same, we don't have a volume sound slider in the game settings, breaks on Linux when you use Fmod, which half the games do. Gotcha. Yeah, so weirdly enough, so that I can just in-place upgrade. Right. I understand. I can in-place upgrade those because I have those just laying around. So what would I need to make the upgraded belts? Buildings. The upgraded sorters. Require electric motors. Fair enough. What do I need to make an electric motor? Coil, gears, and plates. That's actually not that big a deal. Alright, so let's pick you up. So we need coils, gears, and plates. We are making our gears here, and then they go into this line. They're very clearly not making enough to function. So I need more gear production. And then the coils were around here somewhere. Well, actually, I think I made the sorters and the coils way over here. Because there's the sorters, there's the first component, there's the coils themselves. There's coils, gears, and plates. There's the plates. Alright, and the fact that those aren't backing up tells me we are consuming everything we're sending through there. Okay, so we can actually put more plates on the system. So what I'm trying to do is improve the throughput of our plates to try and, like, as much as possible, get that belt filled up. Because that'll help with a lot of our production. And we've got our matrices being made. There's an item littered. That's fine, whatever. Yeah, so we need to be able to make the electric motors. Was the big one. There's plate, gears, and the wire. So we said the wire was coming across through here somewhere. So yeah, so there's the wire, or the coils. We've got our coils over here. We got our gears here. We got our plates there. So I should be able to fit it in this area somewhere. Yeah, so you're taking the magnetic coils there. No, that's the gears. Alright, so we can make splitters. That's another thing I need to set up a building to make. Deal with that in a moment. Splitters. Gonna hand make those for a minute. Then I'll be able to branch that off to get you going so you can make the electric motors. And then we gotta get the electric motors and the sorters together. Which is gonna be a big pain that we have to deal with a lot of this. Alright, splitter. Alright, so I'll get some gears going in there. And then here we've got the coils. Same deal, I'll need to get those over there. So let's go ahead and just knock out 3 of those real fast. Put a splitter. Alright. There's no point in trying to, like, sneak it around close. Alright, now I just need the iron plates, and those are down here, and those shouldn't be too bad to move. We definitely need to clean up the spaghetti-ness of this whole place. Honestly, I'm just gonna go with it this way. Oh, you can't because that... that's fine. We can make that work. Or maybe we can't. Alright. That's kind of pain in the butt. So the way I could fix this is pick this up, cut this across, and that'd be fine. I didn't leave myself enough room to put splitters over here anywhere, so it'd have to be like way back here. But this is where we'd have to go in, and we desperately need to do cleanup. Wait, going the wrong way. Okay. So, I need to be able to sneak that through. And it can't go this way. What I could probably do is pick that up, run you here, that's not what I wanted to do at all. Okay, we've got all that set up. It's not the right building. Why did I put it here? We can fix this pretty easily. I want to... Here. There. Because now I can take this. I can't route under now? Okay, that's fine. We can work around this. The game's just got some weird approaches to some things I gotta learn. Oh, I can't go through there. I'm being punished by my spaghetti. I see, you won't let me do that either. Okay, so we've got that. Bring you over. That's fine. So this can go to there. And this is what happens when you're new to the game and you got to figure out how to lay stuff out. And you don't know the size and space you're going to need for half your things. That you just get absolutely the worst imaginable organization with everything. But that's okay. This is how we learn. Okay, so that should be making us electric motors. Cool. So we've got that done. Now the other problem we have is the sorters are way over there. And I don't really have a good way to get them where I need them either. So what we're gonna go ahead and do is up here. Get plunk down a building there. And storage. And we're going to say, make the better sorters. That's not the better... That is the better sorters, actually. Because what I'm trying to do is set up the manufacturing of all the different buildings I might need. Because once I've got that online, it'll save me a lot of time. And the reason I'm going so far out and around is to just not make the spaghetti-ness of the whole base even worse. Oh, right, you need an extra tile to get over there. That's fine, we can deal with that in a moment. Of course not. There, that'll fix that. Cool. And then we can just go down here and put all these going in. That takes care of that. And one of those going out, and we should get the faster sorters being manufactured now. Okay, well that was a lot of pain in the butt to get that all set up. We'll try and get all that hooked up. So the immediate objectives I have right now is I really don't know. I just am advancing tech and all that. My assumption of where we're going to go with this is I will ultimately be trying to figure out how to leave the planet. Which it does look like whatever the red science material is my next thing that I've got to get. We can grab that technology. Okay, so we can make ourselves move faster by getting a bunch of the electric motors. We increase our inventory capacity. So we got a whole bunch of just like straight upgrades now that we weren't available before. That's fine. Just letting the research just roll. It's fine. The good news is we did manage to successfully wipe out the enemies on our planet, so we don't have an on-planet threat. Periodically, it looks like we're going to have an attack from, you know, another location. Yeah, so that location way out there. Because as you can see, why is it not, there we go. As you can see, like, you have an entire solar system you take over. Which is then part of a star, you know, a sector. If I just keep zooming out farther, it effectively gives me leaderboards. But yeah, so you get the idea. So first I want to take over this and go after that area. But we're not near that. Alright. So we've got all that being produced at the moment. Let's check. Are you getting what you need to succeed? You are not. Are you still putting... Yeah, you're still putting down the conveyors. Alright. So we'll let them put those down for a minute, because the farther away, it's just the longer everything takes. Now, it does seem like there's potentially a finite number of resources on the planet, just in general. So when it's gone kind of deal. Oh, which is pretty concerning. We can worry about that when we get there. Oh, hey, wait a second. Oh, never mind. It was clearly telling some type of update. It was like starting to build up threat. I'm like, wait a second, you can't build up threat. You don't exist on this planet anymore. That's why I went out of the way to destroy it right away. Alright. Okay, so we've got it finally starting to produce some upgrade ones. Oh, you're not the right building. What am I doing? Get that out of here. You're the right building. And just like that, we are now slowly getting the upgraded versions. Alright, at some point I'm definitely going to have to fix our production chains here. So I have 100 something of crappier ones here. Where? Oh, there they go. So let's drop those. Let's drop you in here. Because I don't need you making more of those. We're just going to upgrade stuff now and use the better ones. Alright. So that's another building that is currently under production there. The splitter would be the next one, which is plates, gears, and circuit boards. Alright, so I'm understanding pretty early that I'm going to need to have a place where I can produce more gears. Because right now I have the one machine running over here, and as you can see, it's not keeping up. So we need to increase our production of gears. We also need to increase our production of the iron plates, but that's a whole separate thing. Yeah, so you've got all this over here. You've got the circuit boards. How are the circuit boards doing? Now, those are on a conveyor belt and not struggling right now, so we're okay on those. I definitely need to untangle a bunch of this, which is a pretty normal problem to have that. Okay, so you got a spray
We've obtained
coater.
a recipe for a proliferator. It can greatly increase production efficiency. Fit a spray coater on a conveyor belt. Feed proliferator from the upper port. The coater will spray cargo on the conveyor belt below. Cargo coated with proliferator has proliferator points. When such cargo is used as raw materials, it yields extra output or accelerates production.
Okay, well, I don't have what I need to make that yet. So that's fine. We can just keep going into our upgrades here. And keep stuff moving. Alright. Because otherwise I'd probably put it along on here and just let it coat everything. At least I assume that's how it works. Yeah, so that conveyor line is basically at saturation, so there's no point in me trying to put more on this line here. And as I said, the plates aren't getting to the other side, they're being all absorbed into steel production. Just going relatively quick. Okay. So we do have spare circuit boards, that's fine. And right now they're just stopping here, so I can easily just cut them across back here, and that'd be fine. And you're making those things. So you go over here and just check real fast. What was your recipe again? If I wanted to go with upgrading what we've got here, the splitter is what we wanted. So the plates are right down there. That's easy. The plates can make gears, so that can also be easy. The circuit boards are right there, so that should also not be too bad. So this is going to be more spaghetti. So that'll be the circuit boards handled. And then we can go here to where we've got some plates. Just knock out 3 of those. Drop in the conveyor. And I'm pretty sure in this case the splitter can act as a splitter or a merger, from what it looks like. So that takes care of that. And then we're going to do here. I'm just going to separate it by 2. And you're going to make gears right on site. That's backwards. You can go ahead and grab the iron plates, put them in there. Circuit boards, put them in there. Grab this, slide over more. You get the idea here. And now you can put down a storage building. And that'll give us a place to get our splitters. Alright, so it's not ideal, but it is set up and it is functioning. Cool. It is being fed in earlier. Okay, so we've got a lot of the stuff being produced. We are finally at a point that our research has caught up with production. Is there something you're not getting that is delaying production? So you're not getting copper fast enough. Right, because we're still dealing with the way this was set up before. What is the easiest way for us to fix this? I didn't really give myself enough room for a splitter, which is not ideal. One thing I can do, save materials. Is you only keep 2 on the line now. That should shut down that factory for the time being, because I don't need that many. So you're just keeping up. I've made the mistake I've made in Factorio in the past that I just bunch stuff up too much. And now we're paying for it. So one other thing I could do is extend our copper production this way, but I don't really need more copper production. I just need to get the copper into this area. I could reverse this. Let's see if we can't move the power. First of all, let's move the power over here. Make room for that. We can grab the conveyor belts that we've got here and send them the other way. Then go here. Same deal. This also means I can get rid of that. And this. Which saves us space, and we can put more production of all this on the line. Alright, so that fixed that problem. We also have some extra conveyor belt over here that we don't need anymore. Cool. Alright, so we fixed that bottleneck, so now our circuit board production should pick up quite a bit. What I was trying to do is see if we couldn't improve the way this is set up. We should be able to. Because what I should be able to do is make this a splitter situation now. We can definitely do that. So let's go ahead and get rid of all these. And those. Put our splitter in here. Actually, let's change that. You don't go in there. So you come out here, go this way, end up. You go that way. And you go this way. I see. You know what? It's fine. It's not ideal, but it's better. Some of these buffer chests I need to get out of here. Alright, we can go over here and upgrade some of these to help all this out. Cool. There, that'll help. So what this is doing is effectively this only has the one input now. And I can put out on the line. Cool. Basic chemistry. I still don't know what I need half that stuff for. That is the one thing that I found very overwhelming in this one, is you just keep unlocking technology, and it feels like half the time you're just like queuing up the next recipe going, I don't know what I even need. So it's like I'm kind of watching. So like I've got the sprayer coater thing, but it's got lots of materials I don't know how to make or anything like that. We have a chemical plant, which I can make those. We have a place I can actually do that. Feels like that's a bigger one. Where do I make whatever that circuit board looking thing is? So we've got the processor. This. Microcrystalline compound is copper and glass. Okay. We could probably make that happen because the glass is right there being stored. So you can easily just bring that over. I don't want to put it here because we can expand our copper in that position. But I could put it up here. So I can go over here and do this. Select those. We've already got the copper right there. So we can just go ahead to that and say, yes, I would like the copper in that building, please. And now let's go bring the glass over. I need to restock on my conveyor belts, and we'll get that going. Okay, so you're over there. Now you can go here and have a storage building. And connect that all up. And that'll get me these being produced. I do feel like in the long haul, what's going to end up happening is they're going to make, not a bus or anything like that, like Factorio, but we are going to make like a dedicated space. Like this is just circuitry over here, which is the exact same thing you run to all these. That early on you're just like, I need green circuit boards. Okay, well I need a lot of green circuit boards. Okay, well I need a lot of green circuit boards. You just make an area dedicated to that to feed your factory. And then all it does is it becomes like effectively one giant area that you have an input of material here and an output of the thing you want there. Versus for the moment, this is clearly trying to do it all. So we've got absolute spaghetti going on. I think that's another thing that makes the game harder when people hop into a run. Is if you take the time to like build up like the big bus, once you know the game well, and you build up like a big bus that has like all your different inputs and outputs that like they all branch off. You have like the row of all things to produce that go back onto another place in the bus, and they just go up the bus. It's much easier to explain what you have because you can very clearly see like, oh, I have the iron goes up here and it branches off, and then all these gears come back on and they go up. Versus when you've got spaghetti, you've got this chaos. Where what's being produced where? I don't know. That's my answer, is I don't know. I look for the icon because I don't remember where I put stuff. They're just getting the conveyor belts a moment to get built up. To get the glass moved over here. Which we do have the enemies turned on and everything. We're just at the phase where we killed our local enemies, so we're safe for now. We will slowly build up threat to the enemies out in space, but thus far, that's not been a problem. I keep having the thing where it says remove all litter in the universe, and it just happens every so often. All right. Let's just check one thing. Right. So it is Wednesday, so tomorrow's my day off. I was trying to remember. It's like, yep, so as a reminder, there is no stream tomorrow. It's my day off. That's the way that works. That's no big deal. Where was that going? Oh, that's feeding in this way. That's right. I was trying to keep up because I know me and Tomb have plans for Thursday. Alright, so that should all be set up, so we should start getting... Oh! No, is that what we're looking for? Oh no, I don't have the, I don't think those are the same thing. As I just finished that whole length, that wasn't even the same material. Yep, that's not the right material. So that entire, length of conveyor, not relevant. Alright, so that means I need to figure out where I get the silicone from, which I would guess is something out of here. High purity silicone comes from silicone ore, which I vaguely remember was not available on this planet. So silicone ore comes from stone. Where was I pulling stone from? Is this stone on this belt? It is. Okay, that's not so bad. Let's go down here. 1, 2, 3. Put a splitter. Get the splitter in the middle of this. Okay, we got our energy matrix, which is the next up technology. We have to move some of these. It's fine. Okay, so put that down there. And you here. And you there. And you make that. That's still not right. That's fine. Don't build these. Don't. That'll probably be fine up there. Get these out of the way, because I am going to need... to put more of these up the way. Because there's like two layers to this process. Because then you're going to be the higher density stuff. Okay, now that should be able to start making those transistors, whatever they were, that we need. Because I had to make the stone go into this to get it turn that into that. So this does mean I probably need to increase the production of stone. It shouldn't be too hard because I'm not doing a whole lot of anything with it. Okay, so that should double the production here. Meanwhile, let's go grab that wood and plant fiber that we don't really need. Just chuck it in here for cooking. You can also grab just a power building to get out of our inventory as well. Alright. So that should help out with the stone production, because now I've got a full up belt going on there. Which should increase the production to all of it. So you produce how much? Is that 1 unit per point, 6 per minute? Okay, so you're going to need way more of that to balance this out. I understand. So we'll just go here and say boom and boom. Okay. So that is speeding up the production. We are going to have to get even more stone going through there realistically, because that third one is looking like it's getting pretty close to 0 stuff getting into it. But we'll see. Yeah, it looks like it's trading back and forth. Most likely, yeah, this is starting to back up. When it does, we should be able to get some all the way up to the end of the line, and that'll help out a lot. There we go. So now the third one's starting to come back online. It's still not enough to keep up with this, but it's closer. And are randomly getting more litter on the line, I don't understand. Okay, the good news is this doesn't go through much fast. Oh, I don't have you hooked up. I was like, wait a second, why aren't you producing anything? Okay, we're fine. That's definitely not going to keep up. So that's definitely one we'd have to massively increase the Chat is disabled for this live stream. Why is chat disabled on YouTube? So yeah, so if you're chatting on YouTube, I do not know why, but it is said chat is disabled for this live stream. Can't answer it. And I'm scared to refresh, but I'm gonna do it anyways. To see if that helps. It might break the stream entirely over there. Nope. Okay. Okay, everything seems fine now. Alright. I was just like, what? That's fine. Okay. So we're just continuing to expand a bunch of stuff. We will need to figure out how to make the red technology soon. But otherwise, the blue tech is still moving forward. I'm assuming the red tech we make so there. You might have actually hit it on your end and refreshing it, reset it. Yeah. No, it's not that I hit it. It was I had a separate window, and the separate window was like, it's disabled. And when I closed it, it didn't bring it back up on the actual, like, browser side. It's like, okay. But, you know, refreshing the page seemed to resolve it, so whatever. Do I have everything I need to make... in my pocket the, I keep clicking the wrong thing. To make you. Because imagining you make the red science as well. The red science is energetic graphite and hydrogen. An energetic graphite I make in chemical plants. Okay. Top off her power real fast. Alright. Yeah, this is effectively, for factorial purposes, effectively becoming a mall. Where it's the place you go to get your buildings. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I still don't have a thing making my mining drills, though, and I'll probably need to do that. Okay, so those are getting backed up. That's good news. That means those are running at full bore. It does seem like, though, all of that is still not enough to keep up with this. Let's go ahead and we can plunk down one more here. Alright, we're making those. Let's came in on our raid. You've been lurking? You're chill, so I thought, well, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, for those who are new here, I do play a whole variety of games, from, like, survival to settlement builder, city builder, tycoon, simulation. Like, a very wide range of game. We're doing in a, automation logistics game at the moment, because people voted for it. But we do play a really wide range in the channel. Pros and cons with all that. Universe Exploration 2. View our reserves.
Now you can click the star map button at the bottom left corner of the screen to view the planetary system, or even the whole cluster.
Okay. So we need a drive engine 2 to get there. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yes, we need a drive engine 2 to get there. Oh, so you need me to get 60 electric motors for that to make me faster. Well, those are being made over here somewhere. Right there. What I need to do is start doing this. Yeah, you don't need to make unlimited of those. 2 stacks is plenty. you're where the electric motors happen. And you're waiting on gears. Okay. And the gears are producing as fast as they possibly can, but not fast enough. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this thing. And so what we're going to try to do is honestly rework this whole route. I don't even need a splitter here. So I will probably need foundations, but I can make more gear production up this way. That should help. But to do that, what I need to do... Oh wow, you are not keeping up much. Oh, we could go to this building. Yeah, stop it. That's on me for having all these buildings just produce forever. So let that stock up for a little bit. Same deal with you. And you. You shouldn't be in there. And you. Alright, let's look at it all switched over. Okay. So you got a nice pile of this here. What did I need for foundations? For foundations, I need the stone, bricks, and the steel. That should be easy to make happen. So you go here. And can this actually reach straight over, or do I have to make a conveyor? Too far. That's fine. I figured that was likely. We set you to foundations. We can go over here to storage. Get that going. You have the brick over here, which should be interesting to get that around where I need it. Oh, you also need to have a restriction put there. You're already good. Okay, so first, let's go here and hook these up. Oh, you already lifted up one. Okay, we can bring this all the way over here. Now let's get this hooked up. So it'll actually give our steel an immediate use, and we'll get us foundation, which will let me to start converting all this water into not water, so that we can go and expand our operations there as well. Alright. Let's go to some of these other buildings and get them restricted as well, because all that'll reduce our load on stuff. The conveyors are going to give 4 spots. So I'm going to go through way more of those. And let's scooch on over here. We have other buildings producing buildings. Because the buildings producing buildings are the ones I'm like, yeah, those are the ones that we don't need that many buildings. For the raw materials, I can afford to let those go way longer. Cool, so I've got that. We do have this. That also requires the engines. That's another thing we haven't got building yet that I need to get on the queue. Because we can go ahead and get the queue going here for, it's like engines or whatever. And that's for a bunch of stuff. So let's go over here, assembly. The engines. Yes, the engines are just, oh, they're just copper and coils? That's easy. We got a spot we can do that right over here. Because they literally have the copper going right past where the coil production is, so it'll just pull right off of that. Yeah, so coils are right here. And there's our copper line. I should be able to like literally just bring this up. Yeah, it'll probably work. You bring that up there. In the meantime, I just need to get this. We'll probably use a splitter here for this. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so we can go ahead and get rid of that. That gives us this. We can put you here. And good morning to you as well. And we can put our engines there. Probably too close. All right. And now I've got engines being made. And you would be nice, but literally two of the big materials, well, actually three of the big materials are like opposite sides of the entire factory from each other, which isn't the end of the world, but that is a bit of a pain, but that's okay. Yeah, so that's slow enough that I shouldn't have to worry about it too much. That shouldn't be too hard of a hit on the coils. We definitely will want to increase the production of a lot of these things. What I can do is go over here. Drop you in there. Wait for my robots to get back. Because then we can expand to get more of the magnets. That should improve that production a little bit, since that appears to be the bottleneck on this area. So we can keep expanding. I'll end up needing to compress these more and move the power and all that. Those will probably get their own dedicated space soon enough. I just have to be careful that I'm not pulling too much off this belt, that it starts impacting overall production of other stuff. Oh, right. You were waiting on electric motors. I totally forgot about this. Like, man, this is taking forever to do our next research. We're literally not getting anything done because I need electric motors set aside. And we are putting them all into here. Honestly, just one spot. So So we start getting a backlog of those electric motors so I can throw them in for other research. In the meantime... Can I unqueue you? Oh, I didn't want to really do it that way. It's fine. I know, I'm not taking care of my butt. Your mech, it's a moment. Alright. Okay, so we're getting that all squared away. That'll be good. Hey, Brayden, I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself? Yeah, so now it looks like the magnets are keeping up with the coils. Not quite producing enough that we can just ignore them, but that's fine. And the coils are managing to get past here where we're making our engines. So the engines are coming along nicely. Let's see for that. So we only need 12 of these and such. So I can go ahead and just inventory, take a stack of that. Plus our construction drones, the number of construction drones that can be controlled simultaneously is increased. Nice. I can run over here real fast and grab you. I can handcraft. Where are you? Oh, I need steel. That's fine. Oh, you need a manual research. Okay, so I need to grab a pile of the circuit boards and a pile of steel. Because I don't have enough materials on me for the research, which is totally fine. So I should have plenty of steel on my person now. And there'd be the circuit boards we need. And then I can go here and say I would like one of you. Because I don't fully know what this thing does yet, but we'll figure it out. Alright, so you're a pretty sizable building. You do have an input and output to you, and you have a large radius you deal with. So right now I'm just going to plunk it down someplace we have power and figure it out from there.
Build a battlefield analysis base. It can automatically dispatch construction drones for constructing and repairing, and combat drones for defending. It can also analyze enemy debris and automatically extract useful items. A battlefield analysis base is indispensable for building an unmanned auto defense system.
It's got pretty good area coverage. Not amazing, but pretty good. Yeah, so you can build a bunch of stuff. So I assume we have to feed in drones for it, which is fine. That's all researching fine. Okay. What else do we need to worry about here? Go drive engines.
You've unlocked auto reconstruction marking. Icarus can now automatically analyze destroyed buildings nearby and mark them as under reconstruction. By default, as long as there are sufficient corresponding items, construction drones will automatically head to reconstruct it. You can also disable this feature in the mecha panel. Then, you can only reconstruct manually.
Okay, cool enough. I haven't been looking at our power. How is our power? We're actually holding up. We're generating 26.1 megawatts, and we're only using about 17.4-ish. I'm still producing ridiculous amounts of ammo and sending them up the line to the ridiculous number of guns and all that. Oh, right. If we get our foundations and everything, then I can effectively plug up the hole that, you know, the core whole thing, whatever it is. Because it said I need something like 200 or whatever. We still need to get our gear production increased. That's fine. That's literally what we're trying to do over here. Are you not producing this whole time? Why are you not producing? Did it just never hook it up? I guess it just never hooked it up. Okay. Alright, so this conveyor goes here. Ah, here's the problem. So I was going to change the way this wrapped around here real fast. We could set you to 4. So it should start spitting them all out the other side. That's not the best solution, but it will at least get production moving. Alright. Because I need those foundations so I can put down the foundations so that I can put gear production on top of it, because our gear production's over here. And I'd rather not have to, you know, maneuver everything everywhere just to get to work. And you don't need these two anymore. The one faster one's fine. We can go ahead and make that one faster. There we go. Yeah, so the plan is, and I can actually do this now, this part of it at least.
You've unlocked Blueprint. You can now make batch copies of production line plans. Press Ctrl and C to enter copy mode. Click the left mouse button to select the desired area. Then press Ctrl and V to paste the copied blueprint. Alternatively, press 0 to open Blueprint Library, where you can browse and use all saved blueprints. With powerful blueprints, you can then build a huge industrial empire.
Okay, so what we're doing here is once I can get over to the point where I get some foundations down there, I'll be able to pop in here and then sneak in probably 2 more of these. But you also can see I can just keep going up. But I can get more assemblies to grab those, dump those on the other side would be good. Light track balls? We didn't have enough votes for it. I think part of it was I was playing in Shroud and people were enjoying that, but I think it was more people were very heavily lurking, which is totally fine. That I think like basically a whole lot of people were just they're kind of here to be supportive, which is super positive and all that, but because it was a very low vote, there was just not that many people participating. Alright, so we've got that. Let me say gears. And to be fair, I actually wasn't expecting Enshroud to do amazing. It honestly probably did better than I expected it to. Mostly, but mostly it was there's too many people in the category right now, so it's very hard to be in the category at the moment. Alright, so we have tripled the production of gears. So that's good news. That'll hopefully get our productions going smoothly. It's not so much the tiring about not a whole lot of interaction. I mean, that could certainly be true. Like, if you have, like, 0 interaction, it can mess with your headspace, that kind of stuff. So much as usually when you have next to no interaction within a stream, that's a pretty strong indicator people aren't actually that interested in the game that you're playing. And that's usually, like, a warning sign that, hey, they're hanging out to be supportive, but the game itself is not resonating. Because that'll happen. You'll play games that are definitely outside what people are actually interested in watching. And they'll hang out for a couple of streams before they're like, alright, well, they're just not playing games I'm interested in anymore, and then they'll leave. And that's a thing. And I've had where I've been, like, playing a game, and then, you know, like, I'll be like, hey, I'm not sure. People was like, oh yeah, I wasn't enjoying that game. It's like, oh, well then why didn't anyone say anything? But you get that whole thing. Oh, you... Let's get rid of you. But yeah. I think the idea is, for people who are really into survival stuff, they're probably tuning into their favorite creators who do survival content for Enshrouded. Or to see what the latest, you know, big name is kind of doing, that type of stuff. Whereas, you know, there's probably just not nearly as many checking out. Because I do survival, but not on that much of a frequency. I don't particularly often play survival these days. Not true survival. Oh no, you're entirely good, Infinity Simplex. That's the thing. The thing isn't to try and call out individual lurkers or anything like that. By all means, like 60, 70, 80% of your audience will typically lurk. But it is those things that, like, when things are just quiet, it means there's basically no one directly engaged. That's actually kind of a warning sign. As a creator saying, like, oh, if literally no one's talking for the most part, then that usually means people are checked out. And that's like massive generalization there. But yeah, like the bulk of people do lurk. It's more you can't get all the information you're looking for. And so there's a whole thing. Like it's exactly like Ushse is saying, if I'm not talking, I'm either you don't like the game or you're really into yours. Right, and that's totally fine. Like, it's not a big deal if it's a little quiet, but if it's, like, very quiet with the game, unless there's a reason why you expect it to be quiet and all that, when, like, everyone is being quiet, that usually is a sign that there's not a whole lot of interest on, like, for the larger community in the game. Like, you might have some people who are into the game and just doing their own thing, which is totally fine. But I have personally observed when chat is like just silent for, you know, half hour to an hour, that's usually a sign that's like, oh, I need to be not playing this game anymore. Like, people are humoring me, but okay, so I need 273. People are humoring me, but yeah. Then you get... You're not allowed to rebuild. I destroyed the core. Unrelated because it's that time. Good night. Alright, Usei. You have a good one. Chat death, yeah. I would definitely not say... So, like, honestly, the chat being silent within itself doesn't bother me. And part of that is... Before being a creator, one of the main games I tuned into was Path of Exile, and anyone who's been in a Path of Exile stream for League launch, it is like the entire chat is popping off, everyone's talking, like it's absolute chaos as everyone's waiting till like the last half hour till launch, and then it goes launch, and it just utter silence. complete and utter silence, 400 or 500 people, not a word being said. Because everyone is in the sweaty, going as fast as possible for the beginning of League launch. But that's kind of a special case. But yeah, now for me, when I notice chat being particularly quiet, it isn't some like big event or something going on that I can point at or whatever. That's usually the time like I kind of like mentally go, okay, earmark this game gets put aside. Again, also it wouldn't be the same, like, for example, if we were playing a multiplayer game, like, say we're doing, like, a community server of Valheim, or a community server of this, or a community server of that, I would expect chat to be, for the most part, quieter, because a lot of people will be communicating to me in-game. But that'd be one that makes sense to me. But, like, where I'm playing Dyson Sphere right now... Oh, I'm gonna need to recharge here in a moment. And like I have a pretty long delay between how often my bot can message, and we had like a good 2 or 3 times that 3 of the bot's messages were one after the other. And like I said, it does have a delay where it will not post anymore within, I think it's like 5 minutes of itself. Like even if the timers come up due at the same time. So if I start noticing a whole bunch, it's like, oh, like literally no one's talking for a long time. But yeah. But now, for a little bit there, I debated just going, oh, like, because we switch games and you always take a dip when you switch games. It's just usually, like, you switch games, the dip happens so people were there just for that one game. And then you'll have a new group of people pop in for the new game. And when it dipped down, it was kind of staying down. I was like, oh, okay. It's staying down and nobody's talking. It's like, all right. So this won the vote, but it was a very, very, very low number vote. It might be that just 1 or 2 people were into it. So I actually, honestly, was debating being like, all right, clearly this is a miss. Let's switch. It's doing all right now. We had some people started coming back. It just took a good, like, 30, 45 minutes before people started creeping back in here. Which it's also a thing, you got Pal World just came out, and a whole bunch of people are into Pal World right now, and Shrouded just came out, a whole lot of people are checking out in Shrouded. So we are in a situation where there is an abnormal draw of people being pulled to the same place. But a lot, like, normally, if we didn't have like the big poll with like Enshrouded, I probably wouldn't have played that today. But I'd already put up for poll, and people seem to be really interested. And people did hang out and seem to enjoy it. But like strategically, it doesn't make sense. It's an oversaturated category that I can't really compete in. But with as many people voting, like, all right, well, it's just, I talk about sometimes I do games just for the community. That's not a strategic decision. I was like, yeah, I'll just consider it one of those. Because you gotta do that, too. Because you stick entirely to just strategy, your content can end up stale as a result of it. There's a juggle you gotta do there. Like everything, there's a balance. Let's see. One thing another friend said, and I agree, if people have to scroll more than 3 times to see you, you won't grow. I mean, there's a lot of truth to that. Like, it's yes and a no. For those when it comes to that kind of thing, and why I say Enshrouded doesn't strategically make sense for me. I am not a particularly well-known name in survival games, so that's one thing working against me. The games page and the recommended pages are very much almost exclusively fed by your number of viewers, which does mean when you're getting down to that 2nd, 3rd, 4th page, like, it's not even scroll down more than 3 times. If you're past those first 2 rows, once you're past there, you might as well not be on the games page. That's how bad it is. It's like, it's like if you're in the search results of Google and you're on second page or third page, you don't exist. Like, that's how bad it is. And that's just what it is. You got 12, 15, 20 people you're going to go through first. You're going to find at least one content creator in that you know is decent enough. So finding new people that way isn't going to work out for you. The recommended is fed off a lot of the same systems. There's a little bit more wiggle room. So very much you're depending on people like rating you in that for growth. Which again, if they have to scroll, if the people don't already know you, they're not going to find you. Now, if I happen to have someone else who's a friend of the channel who also happens to play Enshrouded, then yes, there's a good chance they would raid. And that actually is a way to grow still. But generally, yeah, when you're playing in a game that you can't get yourself in those top 2 rows of the game, you just accept you're getting 0 growth from the category itself. You're not going to be able to compete there. You're a little fish in a very big pond. Let's see, there used to be options to sort channels in ascending by viewers, at least on mobile, and I liked it, but Twitch removed that, never understood why. It's still available on the website, where you can sort by viewers or sort by recommended or whatever they go. That they have 2 different things. But on mobile, I have no idea. Like, very genuinely, Twitch on mobile is a very subpar experience, unfortunately. It shouldn't be that way, but it is. Alright, so I need 2 more foundations, and then we'll be able to do whatever we can do with the giant hole we put in, or the giant hole in the planet where the enemies were. Yeah, no, Twitch definitely has some funky things happen. Let's go plug up the pole, or wherever it was that they dug the giant hole. Alright, got kinetic weapon damage. And you need 5 more engines and coal. That should be easy enough to do. But yeah, it's also as a creator, when it gets way too quiet, it's actually more difficult to make good content, because there always is like a level of talking to yourself kind of thing, but there's even more so an issue of, okay, you're literally talking to just yourself by yourself, that it's a little bit harder to stay engaging and interesting and all that, because there's nothing but yourself leading the conversation. So there's no, you know, there's other, like, where you have a discussion and someone might make a comment, you're like, oh, that's interesting, we can talk about that farther. Like, there's none of that happening. Oh. Alright, I mean, I guess that makes sense. I was expecting something a little different. I wasn't expecting to just go like, oh, we just filled it with concrete and called it a day, but I mean, sure, it checks out, I guess. Let's see, well, I just had to scroll down to the smaller streams. Now, at least it still works. It's only scrolling down, which is a bit disconcerting. It has like plug holes filled. Alright, so we have the guns all filled up, and they probably should get, you know, yanked out of the ground and, you know, all that sort of stuff. But, I mean, don't get me wrong, it checks out. It's interesting that you couldn't just, like, put the soil piles in there. Like, if I suppose they have 263,000 piles of soil, you think we just like walk up the edge and just dump it into the giant gaping hole. Considering we just basically plastered concrete over the top of it is what we did. Alright. So I need more engines. And I need coal. Oh good, I did have a storage. I didn't think I had a storage thing in line. It's about to be like, man, this is gonna end up being a bad time, isn't it? There we go. Put the extra back. Cool. Let's see what research we can get going. Okay, so I think that's all we're gonna get for the upgrades right now. Yeah, so we're up to the red science needs to happen. And I think that's gonna be the same with all this, is we're up to red science. Oh, nope. I wish I could see what the requirements were without having to drill in nearly as much. Alright, so we need to figure out the red science, which I guess I've been kind of putting off. So let's get that sorted. We looked at this before. So red science is energetic graphite and hydrogen. And I believe that's already hydrogen up there. So I need to figure out where we make energetic graphite happen. I have a feeling it's going to be the chemical plant. It's definitely not here. Okay. So chemical plant is something we can go ahead and get manufacturing down there for the mall area. We already have the steel and the stone brick near each other. The glass isn't far, and I think the circuit boards already have a line going down there as well. So we'll just go ahead and actually probably make one of those as well. So you've already got the glass here. Yes, there's a stone brick, there's the steel, so we've got those. The glass is right over there, and there's circuit boards around here somewhere. Circuit boards are right here, so this is actually going to work out perfectly. So what I could do is grab that conveyor belt, extend it this way, extend that this way, grab you from here. I do wish I could just plunk down a splitter on top of existing belt, and it would just like auto wire it up. It's not like that big a deal, but it's just kind of like, oh, that'd be kind of just a nice convenience that does exist in the other games. Alright, so now we can go here and say production. Alright, now I still need the glass, and that should be over here. And what I could do here, get rid of these three. Grab you. You've got that all set up. Make it so it's fast enough to do stuff. I'll deal with it in a moment. I'm busy. I'm honestly not the biggest fan of the whole have to recharge this core thing all the time. Like, it's not the worst thing in the world, but it feels like an unnecessary limitation. Because all it does is it means I just cut down some stuff where I walk over to this building over here. It's not like you die if you run out, it just limits your stuff. I can only assume it's that way when you go to, like, another planet. There's, like, a bootstrapping process that's got a limitation to it. It's weird. We can now fly.
You're now able to fly. Press space twice to lift off, and then press the direction keys to move the mecha. In flight mode, mecha speed is boosted by 150%, and energy consumption is increased. Press Alt to land the mecha.
Yay. Alright. And so we've got our first chemical plants being made. Oh, before I forget, limit you to 2 stacks. Gotta keep remembering to do that so we don't just have this whole thing flooding everything. Alright. So, we've got the chemical plant now. And it can make sulfuric acid and plastic, which I'm sure we need, but are not what I'm looking for right now. Well, if it's not those, then it's going to be an arc building. There we go. Okay, so you... Oh, it's just coal in... Alright, that's easy. I was way overthinking this. Okay. Alright, so I've got that in production. So what the heck else did I need? So we needed... that and hydrogen. Okay. So, this should be easy enough. You can go there. We need more conveyor belts. But, what we'll do is we'll wrap the hydrogen over there, and then we'll just take the conveyor belt over to the other research building, and that'll give us the red science going as well. And with the red science going, we've just expanded our entire everything a ridiculous amount. Part of me feels like I want to do the upgrades opposed to the other things first. There's the conveyors. Oh, right. I forgot that those don't have them on the corners. Okay, so we've got that. And that's our hydrogen there. Okay, and we'll put some storage here. Okay. Okay, and you're the research building. That's fine. All right, and that should have us back in business on the research. As soon as the conveyor's all done. Can I make those? I'm pretty sure I can. We're gonna make more recharge points. I don't have to constantly go back to this one specific spot. Oh, I didn't realize you're making all the prisms in your pocket. That's fine. Because then I'll put one over here and one on the other far side of the base to at least make it so I don't have to run constantly back to the very center of my base all the time. Yeah, so stone is going fine. We now have the hydrogen all hooked up. We have the other one, so that should be the red science popping through there any second now. Oh, you do not have enough power to you. There you go. Cool, we made our first energy matrix. And there goes the red science leaving there. Honestly, I could also see carrying one of those towers around with you anywhere. So if you're ever anywhere near any of your power, you could easily just drop the wireless transmission tower and just not even have to deal with it. Do they consider that an upgrade of these? They do not. Okay. Okay. You can plunk another one down by research, because I suspect they'll stand down there sometimes. If you place them close enough, you could charge from multiple of them at once. That's neat. Okay. So when I hook that many up, me standing in there obliterates the power. That's the thing to keep in mind. is they do work, but when they're active, they do eat a lot of power. So I am going to have to start investing in improving that. Can the solar panels be put next to each other? We can find it out. So it's just, is that glass or is that the other one? I think that's the other one. So copper circuit boards and the silicon. Which I think the only place I have the silicon is up here. Yeah, it is the silicon. Which I'm already using all of. Yeah, it's fine, whatever. I already have a bajillion of the wind turbines manufactured that I will never ever use all of them. So we could just use a whole bunch of them. Okay. Positioning of that is upsetting. Alright. Oh, I just build these on the water? Okay. Basically, I built way too many of these in the past. So it's like, okay. That's fine. We'll just grid them out, it's okay. When we said power grid, no one realized how literally we were gonna go. Huh. Weird. I find that deeply upsetting is why, for whatever reason, that one wants to be one off. Oh, now you're requiring... Oh, wait, that's the wrong building. I was supposed to be like, now you're requiring foundations. That doesn't make sense. Yeah, that one's weird. That one... Why... Huh. I think it's because we're getting close to... the pole that's causing weird stuff to happen. It's fine. And very quickly, the grid grows. Alright, so let's check. What do you know? Now suddenly our power consumption is nowhere near our production. I would have never guessed. Alright. So we've got the red science going there. We could drop in on this spot. Yeah, so when I get near this thing, the power consumption just spikes up almost 25-30%. We individually are the draw on our grid. Okay, so you're still doing that science. Let's look here. Starting up here at the top. So you can get the Mecha Core, max power, durability, more range, more life, okay. Go faster, okay. More inventory, okay. More drones, okay. Auto keep reconstructing, yep. Mass construction, we apparently could have researched this whole time, cool. Alright. Let's keep everything rolling. Honestly, I could probably have another one of these rolling by now. I'll just get it rocking. Because that'll just speed up production. Oh, I think people mentioned something about so you could build these on top of each other. What I don't know is how you bring stuff into... Okay, so it just automatically takes on the other part. Oh, do I have to... No. Okay. Literally, I can just plunk them on top of each other and they just, you know, they just work. Okay. And go here. Alright, so we massively increased our research rate. I can't imagine that our production rate of stuff will keep up with that, but it should significantly improve the rate at which we're making things. That's good news. Alright, what else should I get working on? Oh yeah, the gear. No, we already did the gears. What are you? You're the stone production. Enhanced structure. Alright. We have the vertical. Yes, just have a whole bunch of stuff to research. What do we have in the technologies that'd be our next move? We're already doing the stuff here. We have titanium, which we don't really know what we need for yet. You require magnetic levitation. We have crystal smelting. Photon frequency conversion. Deuterium fabrication. We have X-ray. Hydrogen fuel rods. So magnetic levitation, which gives us a turbine. Signal tower. Okay. There's a bunch of stuff there. Then we have a whole bunch of upgrade stuff. Like, most of this on the bottom section is combat. The rest is about, like, getting more bang for your buck of whatever you do work on. Okay, and instantaneously, we have absolutely blasted through our current production for blue science. Everyone is surprised. No one expected that. That was certainly not a completely and utterly predictable outcome. So you are short on magnetic coils, which is another thing I need to increase the the production rates on. Yeah, because that's going to also be blue science. Okay, so we need to increase the production on the coils. So this turbine is gone. I need that space.
Research is too slow. Build more matrix labs.
I'm literally
Multiple
working
matrix
on it.
labs can contribute to the same research. Build more matrix labs and set them to research.
I'm literally working on
and
it.
ensure sufficient supply of matrices.
Thanks, AI. I'm literally already working on it. Put it before. Okay. So that should hopefully pretty close to double this. Okay, so it seems to be holding up material-wise for the moment. And so with all that, though, I should be able to run down here now. Try and make all this happen. Alright, let's look here and make 6 of these. Let's go ahead and do that to get stuff out of my inventory. We can go to buildings. We can grab you. We can produce more of those. Okay, because I believe what I could do is I could just plunk more of these on top of here to make more of the blue science and just roll with it. Because that is the immediate bottleneck that needs to be resolved. Alright, so that should triple our production of blue science. Which is fine because we quintupled our our use of blue science. So you know it's fine. We'll research the thing that lets us go vertical more, because that should let us keep stacking up those for increasing the blue science production. That is something I am figuring is probably going to be a significant concern, is just doing what we can to increase production of science. Yeah, they're not even getting to the last building at all. And material-wise, entering these, the circuit boards are fine, but the coils are not even remotely keeping up. So we're just gonna have to go and invest heavily into expanding our coil production even more. No one's surprised or shocked by this. I am surprised and shocked that this thing is actually keeping up. That is actually a surprise. So first of all, we're going to need to compress these.
Rare ores are distributed on different planets. Collecting rare ores and putting them into industrial production will greatly improve production efficiency.
Getting to the point where this is going to start being a threat to our iron production too. Okay, we've got that. Get you out of the way. Power tower here instead. Alright, so this one's going to be before the buffer, which is fine. I don't think it'll be that big a deal. Make more coils. Alright. Right now, kick all those out. We can run down here. And drop those off. I'll need some of the faster sorters, so let's grab a stack of those real quick. And that thing comes back to life. Alright, so that's just basically sitting there to offload stuff. Oh wait, can I stack those? I can't stack those, right? No, it just puts it in place of that. There's a lot of these buildings I could stack. Like these I could stack. Just give ourselves more capacity, I assume. Yeah, it doesn't look like I can stack those. Alright, okay, so that's all going pretty well. Our power's holding up. Our silicon's holding up. Our stone is doing fine. We have that. We're still getting our refined oil that we haven't got a purpose for yet, but we'll figure that out. I'm sure it'll be something I'll need a whole bunch of it. Okay, so we need more production on those. Okay, so you will need nothing to make 2 more of these. Alright, because we need to increase our red science production as well. We are managing to burn through that. We have our blue science production up to the point that we are getting to the last tower. So that's good news. Just like that, we have tripled our red science production. Okay. Meanwhile, how is our production, our drills doing? So you're fine. You're fine. You're good. We don't care about the ones way up there. They're basically just idling. The coal should be fine over here. Doing all right. The stone's doing fine. All right, so nothing is in immediate need of intervention to expand the operation there. Let's drive engine 2. That's now we're looking for. Yeah, so basically we're on the research waiting game. You can definitely go through and start filling in the water. This planet is too nice, it must be stopped. Little by little, we will convert this wonderful, lush green planet into a ball of cement. As it was always meant to be. Alright. We're all hating on nature as always. I mean, at this point, it's a meme, so I lean into it. Alright, so we're about to finish this research, and we'll get the next one on the queue. Yeah, so it seems like the space dark fog hive doesn't really care. Alright, we are a little bit faster. Love to see it. Yes, so vertical construction and vein utilization are the next two there. And that'll be all this stuff we've got queued up. And that requires yellow science. That also just requires red and green science. Like, no, I get it. We have all this machinery clogged up by grass. I know, right? Anyone who's run a computer in a dusty room or a room where there's like coolant or whatever, you know, we all get it. Computer and nature were just not meant to be nearby each other. That's all. Hey, Hey, Knobs, how's it going? Alright, can I increase this production any more, or is that going to break stuff? It probably is going to break stuff, I would assume. Alright, so we're already outrunning our production there. Alright, the very last 13, you sleep well. Yes, we're already outrunning our production there. So I would need to expand our operation more on this end to realistically get this to work. Because it's, this material here isn't really keeping up anymore. Which I could do, but I'm gonna have to readjust the way this area works. Like, no shortage of any of the materials involved in it. And how's the hydrogen going? You going up or down? You're also going down slightly. Okay. How about the crude oil? It is maxed out. So, I should be able to, in theory, do that, but I also need to find a use for this, which I believe we had the chemical plant here to do. We just didn't do anything with it at the time because it wasn't obvious what I should do with it at the time. Okay. So we can make graphene from fire ice, which I have no idea what the heck that is. That's probably a material we gotta find on our planet. We have graphene from sulfuric acid and energetic graphite. Okay. Cool, we'll look at that in a minute. We have plastic, which is energetic graphite and refined oil. And then we have sulfuric acid, which is refined oil, stone, and this. Well, that's pretty annoying. Alright, so I guess plastic will be something we'll just put on the list, just mostly to burn this material. And meanwhile, we're going to do over here. Wait, this isn't the right building. No, it's not that. It's this one. Oh, wait, not like that. I need to get these set up. I keep forgetting I don't. Three's plenty. Alright. Let's see, remember playing Dyson Sphere Program? It's like Factorio, but with space exploration? Yeah. Well, in Factorio is introducing space exploration whenever they get their update out. We don't know when that's gonna be, but that's the whole thing. And I know there's mods and all that before anyone goes, but there's mods! It's like, I know, I understand, it's okay. You completed Factorio in under 15 hours? I have the achievement, whatever it was, the, like, the one for, like, just racing through. I have all the achievements for Factorio. What am I saying? I have all the achievements for Factorio that I have earned over the years. I very much enjoyed doing the achievement hunting for it. We're just gonna overdo it with this. Which will be way past overkill, but my plan is to be able to turn around and then put this to use. Put some other stuff, and we can go here. Put that power tower there. And grab you. Cool. Have you reached any of their planets yet? No, we're not that far. Yeah, but that'll be perfectly timed because that's right about to run out of that. So we're going to go ahead and do here. It's got this straight across. Smash it right into that one. Alright. Because what should happen with that is as we get this all wired up, and it starts, you know, dumping this all in for the research path, it means this one will bump into there and it'll buffer in the chest, everything. You won't spoil the twist? That's fine. Yeah, don't spoil it for me. All right. We'll honestly see if I get that far. It's definitely feeling like there's just not as much interest in it in this channel, so I'm unfortunately feeling like maybe we don't end up getting super far on this on stream. Just it's a super quiet night. But the last Dyson Sphere stream was pretty lukewarm as well, so if people don't want to watch it, they don't want to watch it. Nothing I can do about that. Because like normally when I'm doing like farm sim at this time of night, we're sitting at almost 90 to 100 viewers. Oh, I don't have you putting those out anywhere.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Oh, that's too close. Cancel that. You're gonna need to move. Cool. All right. Well, it's not night for you, it's 9 a.m. Yeah, no, I mean, it's technically morning for me, but it's the morning as in, like, 1:30. It's just that awkward part where if I was to switch games, it's kind of just too late in the night. Because I'd hop into another game for, like, 1 hour and then hop back out. So there's no reason to do that. But, yeah, no, I do think there's a good chance that, Dyson Sphere is going to come off the schedule after this. It's okay. Like, we have that from time to time. We'll have a game that has an okay first stream, and then, like, the viewership just dives. It is what it is. I've had on the survey I did for the channel, the feedback was that logistics, automation games were the ones voted that people wanted to see the least more of, but it is what it is. We gave it a good couple streams, but each stream's been not as good as the other one. I mean, the big problem with this genre for streaming is when you get in on the ground floor where you watch it starting to build up, it's fun to watch. But if you're someone who isn't super knowledgeable on the game trying to hop in at this point and you see this mess going on, you got no idea what's going on. And there's no real catching a person up on that in a meaningful way. So it is one of those things that every additional day you put into a run, the more and more impossible it gets for, you know, people to keep up with what's going on. Again, outside of people who, like, this is their jam. And also, I see the appeal for it, but one of my big issues that I have with the game right now is I think I would like it way more. But like the fact that we have the annoying screen shake when you walk everywhere that you cannot turn off, it's a bunch of those little annoyances that I really wish weren't a thing. Hey again, Lardine. Yeah, so I'm kind of waffling at what I want to do right now. Because like right now we're in the wait on research. I could expand what I have here, but I'm just going to replace it with new tech as time goes on. So I could build a bunch of stuff I know I'm going to rip out and redo it. Or I can wait on research. The classic problem that you run into every one of these games. And like we just expanded this, I'm kind of waiting to see how this shakes out, because I'm sure there's going to be a bottleneck in the production line somewhere. It says, I can watch someone play this from the start and have no idea what's going on. It's still cool to look at. I mean, at least then you also get to see it like slowly sprawl more and more. Like I said, I know for me, even as someone who has been really big into Factorio, I do personally find it that when I hop into a Factorio run, like to see it, that's already really well established, I have difficulty actually getting into it. It's just kind of one of those things. Alright, if I remove you, I don't think I can fit another oil refinery in front of the other one. We're going to try, though. Okay, so you need the plasma extractors. We got, or plasma, we got that. It's the same thing with Rimworld a lot of ways, too. Rimworld's another one of those ones that jumping into a colony that's like super duper big, it can be kind of cool to watch, but it's hard to be not attached. What's the word I want to use? Invested. It's a lot harder to look at that run and be like, oh man, I'm super excited to see where that run goes. Slide that over a peg. Because you don't have this problem as man the social life. You have 1,000 hours in Factorio and lots of hours on the clones. Yeah, well, like I'm saying, I'm referring to more if this is like the individual game you play. Like it's just your bag, as it were. Oh, that's one thing. Did I choose the wrong thing? I chose the wrong thing, didn't I? I did. Alright, well, let's go get ourselves some stone brick. Yeah, now for me, it's just... like, even if you have all the hours into it, like, popping into something that's already, like, super far along is... often a very different animal. It's one of the things that makes it difficult for streaming. Streaming a game that is a long playthrough kind of game. That is just kind of one of those things that you don't have as many people who are down to pop in the middle. What am I doing here? Oh, I'm again choosing the wrong things. It's fine. This is what I want. Actually, can I fit It's fine. Okay. Let's see. Alvin says, I have the same problem. Getting back into a game after a few months back is very hard for me. Usually just end up starting from the beginning again. Oh yeah, no, like when I play one of these automation games, even when I know the game really well, it's very hard for me to like take a factory that I've let sit for 6 months just rotting and then pop back in and go, let me just pick up where I left off. It's just kind of those things you scratch your head and go, man, I don't remember where my crap is. I don't want to deal with this. So you just start doing like clean up, that kind of thing. Alright, so hopefully that helps. Because this is about to tap out, so we doubled our production there. And I'm mostly only doing this just to consume the oil for the time being. Because I'm sure we'll end up needing a lot of plastic eventually. See, this is also the reason I end up with 30 save games in a lot of games. Yeah, well that's that was the reason I didn't end up playing more of what is it, Baldur's Gate 3. I was very much enjoying it, but it's just one of those games I can't really stream on the channel with any success. Like we messed with it for a while, but it's just very clear, like it's one of those games I feel like you need a big audience to start with, or just an audience that's like very specifically into that kind of style of game. But since I do so much in the way of like simulation and tycoon and those that like basically are not story games at all, story usually doesn't go super well. But yeah, it's just kind of one of those things of, you know, it's a game that doesn't do well on the channel, and so I play it a little bit, and then, you know, I get caught up in other things, and I go back, it's like, man, I don't remember what's happening here, so I have to start the game over, because I'm no longer into it. It's one of the things that makes it actually hard to play games off-stream, is if it's a game I can't hop in and, like, no memory of what I was doing and all that, and just pick up where I left off, it's very difficult to do that as a content creator with how much I am doing stuff, you know, streaming, like I'm jumping between so many games and all that. And then you also kind of want to deliberately avoid games that you would make content for, because you don't want to play that off-stream burn out, you know, and then like leave your audience hanging because you played it too much on your own time, that now you're not interested in the game anymore because you just played it too much. It's a whole thing. It really making content changes your entire way you consume games. And I have no reason to do this, but I'm doing it anyways. We're just foundationing the world. The whole world will be Cromsheet. I will say, there's a lot of stuff I'm enjoying in Dyson Sphere Program. I know there's a lot of people who said they like Dyson Sphere Program way more than Factorio. And I think this is indicative of it still being, I believe this is still early access. But I'd say my big thing is the research selection feels more arbitrary. Like, I can choose stuff and direct it, certainly. I know. I get that you're upset at the production speed of my research. I'm literally trying to get more of this higher. Alright, you have yourself a good breakfast. Thank you for hanging out. I can readjust these. Well, I said I can adjust these. But I'm very quickly noticing I'm still going to have production rate problems. Alright, so it's 25, well 30% more, whatever you want to say. We're making more red science, but I am noticing our storage tank there is not remotely keeping up. We did expand our oil refining, but it's just not helped at all. So we're going to knock that off. I'm going to need to go grab more conveyor belts so I can bring that around to try and produce even more. Conveyor belts are up here somewhere. There they are. Okay. What we can do here. Just gonna reroute all this stuff out of the way a little bit more. So I can go here and continue to deal with this. Oh, wasn't enough? Boo. But it's enough. Alright, so we are increasing our production that much more. We're trying desperately to keep enough movement through those to keep it all up and running. Yeah, because red is not remotely keeping up. And right now we have a hydrogen problem. And you're just making too much. I'm just making plastic to make plastic. Oh, I need to produce more of those. There you are. You need iron ingots, so you can go make a bunch of iron ingots so we can make a bunch of storage units. So for right now, we can just huck all that material into a box and pretend it doesn't exist. What are you short on? I need to clean up this inventory. Glass. Glass I'm short on. Okay, well here's glass. Which is apparently also behind in production. I don't think we need this, May. Four should be plenty. And nothing's hooked up to you at all. Okay. So I need to deal with this inventory in some way or another. I've got a bunch of random junk that's piling up in it because I'm grabbing stuff from everything. So you're refined oil. We've got that dropped off. I'll probably need to make the glass myself right now because I didn't realize that was falling behind. Alright, but first I need 60 coal, 60 wood, a bunch of other nonsense. Now I can go for the coal. And we're good. Alright, so let's see what we can do about making these containers. I can make a bunch of them, so I am. And I'll try and just put them along the route here somewhere to just effectively make a big buffer for a whole lot of refined oil. Let's go back to our research meanwhile. We've got UQ'd. Get UQ'd. Those are all combat things I'll worry about later. We can go and grab you. Alright. Okay, you're still making the glass, that's fine. Because more than likely what I'll do is I'll probably... Honestly, just probably just make the tanks a straight line up here, and I worry about bringing them back. We're currently watching the Loki series. Was a wild adventure. Would you expect Loki? Yeah, I haven't seen any of them. I kind of stopped watching just about everything Marvel a while back. I don't know. Like for me, by the time I got through Avengers Endgame, I was basically completely and utterly marveled out. And I shouldn't even say marveled out in a lot of the sets. It felt like I was getting the same movie repeated to me with just sub-indifferent characters. Which is unfair, and I understand it's unfair for me to say that. But it's just kind of one of those things that it was hard to still be interested in any real way. Tanks could also be stacked? Interesting. I feel like for stuff being stacked, I'm either missing a UI queue that's supposed to be a thing that lets you know. I mean, obviously when I go to build it and it can go on top of each other, then sure. But, it does feel like it is sometimes very hard to tell at a glance what can and cannot be stacked. Alright, so now I've got a ridiculous capacity for all the stuff here. That is basically tapped out. probably need to go here and here. Grab you, bring you here. Same deal, get you all set up. Yeah, just keep expanding our oil production more and more and more to try and keep these things going. Yeah, it's still the red's the bottleneck. And you're spent at this point. You got nothing left to give. They're producing as much as they can. Okay, is it starting to back up? Is that that spot? I'm just trying to see if we're gaining or losing ground. We're definitely losing ground. Okay, so I need even more oil refineries. And are you still going? Yeah, you're still fine. Alright, so I need even more oil refineries. So where we can go here, oil refinery. We need steel. Oh, just labs and storage? Okay, that's not bad. Alright, so we can go here, grab the refinery, produce 5. Oh, wrong building. Just been slowly moving these because they're in the way. Alright, so you got all that building. Yeah, you'll fit. We're just gonna massively escalate. We're definitely not going to have not enough here. And then we just got to get them power. And that will be an unreasonably large increase in our oil refining. Get the oil running. Okay, so realistically we might overwhelm that belt. But the point is, can we get this container to stop going down, but instead recover? And is this the point that we're going to start hitting that? Yes, we are now officially outrunning our extractor. So no point building more on this setup. It is very slowly losing ground. But the hope is, as this starts to properly build up, we will start to see these containers piling up here. Because if we see them piling up, it means we are outrunning the production here. And then our, bottleneck is in another place. Likely here. Yep, they're starting to pile up. Okay, so we are good. We have got those running full. We need coils and glass. Right. I do not have glass. I need to expand my glass production. Actually, I probably don't need to expand. I just need to wait for this to play catch up. Yeah, that's all I had to do. Is I just had to wait for it to play catch up. So there's the glass. And then coils is over here. Alright. That's all it feels like. It does feel like... I mean, it's an automation game. You usually just make the factory bigger, bigger, bigger. That's just literally the game. Alright, so we're expanding that even more. We have drive engine. Mech circuit. Yeah, vertical construction is already queued up. Those are all getting to higher level tech. All right. Alright, so we should start seeing the storage tank there building up. I think. Maybe, maybe not, honestly. We just did expand it, so it might not build up. It's like right on the edge. I can't tell we're gaining or losing ground. We are gaining ground slightly. Drive engine 2. Press space twice to lift off. Yep.
You're now able to cruise. Press space twice to lift off and enter flight mode. Hold the key for forward movement, and space in flight mode to reach a certain altitude to activate cruise mode. In cruise mode, you can fly the mecha to different planets or planetary systems by following the arrows in space navigation. Hold Shift to accelerate, or S to slow down. You can also press Q, R, or hold the right mouse button to fly sideways.
Okay, so we can go to space. So the first thing we're gonna do is find our way back to where we live. There's the long series of stuff I built for defending myself. Can't tell at all which way I'm going. There we go. So I suspect I'm gonna need an obnoxious amount of fuel for doing this. I'm gonna pop over here to where we got these coal reserves. Plunk all of those in here. Let's go and top off our power real fast. All right. And honestly, let's just see if we can't hit a neighboring planet. So it's a gas giant. Okay, so I can't actually get anything from here. I kind of figured that's going to be the case. It's a gas giant. We might get something that we can, like, scoop and stuff. But, alright. I also haven't checked to see if these, like the plasma cores, work as fuel for my mech. We're gonna find out here real fast. Nope, I didn't think so. Okay. Alright, so I am noticing that coal is not exactly a particularly efficient rocket fuel. Who would have realized that that just straight up coal doesn't work well for rocketry? Never would have guessed. Can't wait until you start with oil. Alright, so that's up to purple science. So I do think we're on the point of technologies. I'm not gonna take any rhyme or reason with it. We're just gonna start choosing stuff, because that's the way this has always felt with me. Alright. So we do have oil over there. Oh no, I've got... We're literally using our hydrogen for science. I've just been over-pulling that. Can I use refined oil as power? I can. Alright, well that answers that question. Hey. I'm gonna need a real big stack of refined oil, friend. Oh, it only stacks 20 high. Hang on. You know what? That's fine. We'll figure it out. It's okay. There's our gas giant. There's you. What I need Planet lava. All right. I don't want to be pulled into the giant. I want to just continue to speed up. Okay. So we got our cruise speed. Takes a little while. Press shift to accelerate. Cost energy. Good. I see. So, judging by the current situation, let's save power when we start to get close to the planet. Because I don't know if it's one of these games that I do have to slow myself down so I don't go splat, or how it goes. It's also a lava planet, which doesn't feel like a great move. Could you, like, get that off my screen? Nope. Please, I want the research results off my screen. Go, we got coal veins. We've got copper. Do we have iron nearby? So I'm not taking like regular damage or anything like that. That was one concern. We have titanium veins. Straight up titanium. And there may or may not be iron on this planet. Like we are learning. Well, actually, I think we can check that, can't we? Let's see. There is plenty of iron on this planet. There it is. Let's just go over here to where the iron is and get to work. All right. So I probably should have put together what I need to be self-sufficient here. I also have this funny feeling that I'm not going to be able to use a lot of the materials we were using before I'm here to be successful. All right. Okay. All right, what would be the minimum to give me the a wind turbine? I actually don't know if the wind turbine will even work on this planet. Let's see if I can do enough to turn on a singular wind turbine. Oh, right. My entire inventory is nothing but... I remember how I destroy something. There's no wind? Yeah, that's what I was kind of figuring, but I don't have the materials I need on the planet already made for saying that, and I don't have that. Oh, you can delete while it's on your cursor? Gotcha. Cool. Clean up. Alright. So, the issue we have here is I do not have a reasonable power source on here. If I could get one and put down his towers, then I could live here for a while. But first I need a power source, which does mean I need to be able to make that happen. If we go to our solar panel, I need the high purity silicon. The high purity silicon, I don't believe I can make in my pocket. Can't make with replicator. Right. Okay, so there is wind. It might just not be as good. Okay, because if I can get like any wind at all, that is acceptable. Because that is manageable. So for right now, we're gonna put down a singular wind turbine, just so I can have some type of production going. Inventory is full. Look, I don't want to talk about it, alright? Alright, give me my wind turbine. Alright, so the important part with that now is I do have power. Alright, so we've got that initial setup. Do you have unlimited power? Not yet, we're working on it. We'll start with the limited power. We'll get to unlimited someday. But in the interim, we're working with what we got. Yay. Okay. So, the next thing we need to do is get...
You've unlocked the vertical construction technology. When building facilities such as matrix labs, depots, and storage tanks, you can try to build them upwards, making more efficient use of space.
You're at Palpatine yet? Nah. We'll get there. We have very limited power. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and get our 2 mining machines in order. It'll be fine for right now. Okay. So now I can run power down here. Alright, so we do not have adequate power to run all these things at their proper capacity. Hey, Insane Spork, how's it going? We do have a lot of enemies on this planet. Yeah, I do have to kind of set those to do something, don't I? Gotcha. Doing good here. We got stone over there. We'll definitely need to make that happen. We got our iron plates started. Yeah, so I'll need stone and I'll need copper to realistically get solar up and running.
Take a
And go
sip.
here.
What's the worst that could happen?
Warning! The power grid is excessively overloading, and facilities can't operate normally. Build more power generation facilities. Power grids are complicated. You must monitor both power consumption and power generation. Use an accumulator to balance peak and valley demands for electricity.
I'll deal with that in a minute, man. Right now, it's hot there, isn't it? Yes. It's like right now, I got other things to worry about there. That's right, I was going to quickly check the AC because it's starting to get real stuffy in this room. So I wasn't sure if the heat got turned on or something. Let me take just a moment to deal with that. It is getting a little hot up here. Okay, cool. Alright. So, next up, I'm going to need... Like, I'm going to go and need to, Oh, you get iron ore from those two? That's interesting. We're going to have to go real fast and build more drills. Go for all 6. It's fine. How is it shrouded? Is that I think what's it called? I had a good time with it. We'll see how much more of it we play on the channel. It's kind of just one of those things that right now it is everyone is playing it. So while it went perfectly fine, I'd say it's still relatively quiet. Which can also be that I've been playing a lot of simulation games lately that I may have, you know, kind of messed with what the bulk of people are tuning in for and all that. Alright. Now let's run over here where we've got some copper we can get at. Got, looks like decent stone over there we'll probably want to get at. Yeah, that'll probably be where we get our stone from. Conveyor belts is going to be a problem. Alright, conveyor belts is next. What do I need to make you? I can produce 1. Excellent. Does he also find it funny that we had health before Dark Fog? Made me think why I have health. Oh yeah. I mean, with a game like this, is like, oh yeah, they're definitely going to add enemies at some point. They never said that they weren't. And in the genre, other than Satisfactory, all the rest of them have added enemies. Okay. So we are expanding the operation. I am going to be taxing our power grid more and more than it can even remotely handle. That is what it is. Stop having this icon here. But it is interesting kind of just leaving our other base just running. Like, it'll run out of materials and stuff will shut down and all that. Alright, and copper is online. Okay. And I see it as angry to the point saying, hey, you have stretched us too far. No more. We will not work with you anymore on this. Actually, we'll leave that alone for right now. Alright, so is that telling me no power? Overloaded. Yeah, so it's like literally we've hit it so hard, it's just like we're not even gonna bother. Try again when you would it take something seriously. Yeah, so I'm gonna need stone. Why are you unhappy? I've got the copper plates. You want the coils. Oh, right. Right. I don't know why. I always want to think that that uses stone instead of what it actually uses. Yeah, it's definitely not what we want to be focused on making, but we'll get there. Never thought about wind? Yeah. I mean, wind feels like the easiest one, just like grid out the whole planet and just be like, it's fine. It's not efficient. Don't care. I'll make more. It'll be fine. Yeah, so basically there's a hard limit that I can just keep throwing more and more at it, and eventually the game says, no, stop it. You don't get to do that. Alright. Let's make it a little bit better. You're going to end up being for the rings. And go over here and put a storage unit right there. Alright, so we have stone over here. There is Product Use Factorio Unreal Engine 5. That's an idea that one of the friends made. Make it Factorio 3D. Alright. Can I queue this up multiple times? There we go. Alright, slowly but surely we're getting that all set up. And grab that, start running it along here. Alright. Yeah, there's been a bunch of games that have gone with the Factorio but 3D route, which there's nothing wrong with that. Most of the ones I've enjoyed have definitely done a lot to differentiate themselves. Like Satisfactory is a very different game from Factorio, even though it's very much in the same genre. It's not just that it's 3D. They've done a lot of other stuff to make it properly different. Alright. So I'm trying to get all the basic materials processing here. And as soon as we can, we want to get solar or literally anything else running, or just basically try and automate some of this stuff. All right. If I can get the basics for like solar, getting that automated, we'll be in good shape. The other thing I'm going to have to address is fortifications to deal with our enemies on the planet. Alright, that'll get our stone heading in. And meanwhile, they got that going. That's upgrade. Let's go to technologies. Get titanium smelting, that. High speed assembly. This thing, that thing. Alright. And queue is full. Let's see. I think I can turn off Drac Fog. I don't want to play with it right now. Yeah. To me, it's kind of those things that, like, it's added, it's like, it's fine. Let's get play about 9 having a connection, so we need to fix that. But, like, fighting it was not particularly interesting, so I haven't checked out on new planets and all that, like, if there's going to be a significant difference on what type of stuff they do, see, whatever. But I didn't end up having much that stood out that was like, oh man, these are an interesting and unique enemy. It's like, nah, it's just, you kind of gave me the same enemies again and again and again. Like, they're perfectly satisfactory enemies. But also, you know. They felt like they're just kind of the same the whole time as doing that. Let's see, you will miss some equipment and miss the space battle if you don't have it on. Yeah. Right, but so one of the things is like, how interesting is the space battles? Because that I genuinely don't have an answer for. My comment is more, from what I've seen thus far, You don't use that. That's not what needs this. Okay. So we're gonna go with this. Not the right thing. So you use stone. So set this one going the opposite direction. Put that there. And put you here. And our storage building there. Alright. Okay, so that should, in theory, be able to do that. It's just going to be really slow for the moment because the power grid is nowhere near sufficient. And that gives us that piece. We do have the copper. So the next thing would be getting our production. Thank you. It's just pretzel rocks. Harris Heffler. Plug that down in there to get up an inventory. We can pop over here and plug you down in here. Alright, so let's go start making those. That brings us up to our first production. Oh, you mean they launched the game, they add new music? Ah, gotcha. Okay. So we're getting these on the line. They're gonna try and be way more organized about this. I'm going to need more conveyors. Okay. Because basically what I'm trying to do here, you play with 64 stars. I don't remember what we're set for. Basically, I'm kind of going for, if you remember with Factorio, a bus factory, I'm going to try and make that kind of what we're doing here. It's a default. Yeah, if it's a default, then that's what it is. Okay, you're still going. I was like, man, you shouldn't be out. Alright, so with all that, I need to make circuit boards. So circuit boards that we pop right up here. Plug it down right there. Break up that rock real fast. So you're going to be making circuit boards. That's just these plates. So what's going to happen here? Let's have our 2 rows there. So first, chop, chop, chop. Chop. How do I want to do this? Because I'm noticing this isn't going to go nearly as smoothly or elegantly as we would have with Factorial. So what I can do... I think this will work. You can have this shift up here for a moment. And you can go ahead and bring you in here. That's yours. I did give myself enough room. I don't think that'll work. I think it's too close to the other one. Yeah, so I can't get over. But that's okay. We do this like weird shimmy back and forth thing for all of it. So get rid of those for a moment. That's annoying. Okay, so I see. I gotta move it up one more. But this is learning stuff. So I gotta put it there and that'll work, or is it still close? Nope, that'll work. Okay, it's not that bad. Okay, and then we take you, and you introduce a new part to the bus. Alright. So I've got all that set up, so you're attached there, and you're attached here. It is now online and making circuit boards. Very slowly, because it doesn't have the power. But that gives me all the base materials for the solar panels being manufactured. Take those ahead like another 10. Make sure I've got room for building more later. And then we make you building solar panels. All right. So with this, I do need the circuit boards. For the moment, we could just... There's 3 inputs. All right, so input 1. Input 2. Input 3. Clear up some space along the edge here. Okay, so back you off a little bit. So we can get our first splitter in here. So that's that hooked up. The iron isn't relevant at the moment. Honestly, this one we can probably just Back that off entirely. Back that off entirely. How hard would it be to make a splitter? Not very. Okay. We'll start my adventure on Seed. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, you have a good one. Now we're, I'm just trying to get this wired up so we can get solar hooked up, because once I get the solar rocking, then we should be in good order. So this is a final product, I believe. I don't have a reason to bring it back to the whole conveyor system. I'll just put storage down here somewhere for all to dump into. I almost feel like this stuff like this should be, honestly, like the other direction. We can worry about that when we get there. Because once we go the other direction, we're kind of trapping ourselves in some of this. Cool. Put you here. I'll have to do a thing where, like, I ribbon them off to the side and just the ones that I want up here. Get their spots. Okay. I'll sort that out later. Okay. But the point is, now once we hook these up, then I'll have solar popping in here. Okay, so I need to make some storage units. Oh, here. Have those. Because every one of those I get is going to be that little bit more it gets. Okay. And you're still making the things for storage, which I might just put down here and branch right up. Yeah, it'll be fine. I can't imagine I'll need that to produce too many, but just in case. Alright. So I also don't know how close these could be to each other, so we're going to science that. Alright. So we are at about 300% grid load. Excellent. That's almost perfect. We're definitely in good shape. There's certainly nothing to be concerned about the fact that we are massively beyond what our grid could possibly handle. Okay, once we get our power sorted out, then I'm going to need to get into ammunition production and get guns set up and all that stuff. Because they're already at almost like 11, 12% on all that, and I don't know how much it's going to escalate on this location. Yeah, alright, so the bottleneck right now is going to be that. Alright, because you're not actually making any of that, are you? That is a reason that it wouldn't work, is it not? Not that tile. Yeah, so we're just trying to cut this across and get it connected up. No, that's right. No, you're fine. What am I doing? That's fine, it's just really slow, that's all. Okay, so I gotta be careful about adding more production on here. Because every time I add more production, I'm making the problem worse. At the same time, if I can speed up the rate they make that, so I can speed up the rate it makes solar panels, we can help make that better. That's fine, we'll slip back up there. Alright. Yeah, so you get the idea of what we're trying to do with this, is I'm going to be able to expand the smelting down this way, north-south. It feeds onto the bus. Eventually we'll get to the point where a conveyor can't handle it, we'll add more. The bus is not going to be as clean as it is in Factorio. Really what I'm going to have to do is like have a line and have like a gap of 3 in between it. That way you can put the splitter and not have to fight over everything. But we'll get there. It'll get like a weird circuit board type feel to it after a bit. I'll also probably have to move... Well, no, because I can just go top-bottom for that and just route the ore around. Just for now. All right. And actually, this will probably work out pretty well for me right here as well. Which is, for the moment, I'm going to go ahead and, even though I shouldn't be expanding our stuff, I'm going to go down here a little ways. And we're going to say bullets. I'll also put an inline storage. Okay. That way it buffers extra bullets here. I actually don't have any turrets on me? That's really surprising. Alright, but that's going to be a pain point. Alright, so we're going to have to get those going. But the power is the first priority. The turrets don't do any good without power. Ah, there's the problem with your solar. They don't do anything at night. Which, you know, really checks out, actually. We're gonna have to do that, because do I even have accumulators? I don't think we ever... I don't think we have accumulators. Alright, so we're also going to need... I can't expand our production line enough to deal with that. Because what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to expand the production line sufficiently enough that we can get wind turbines as well. I don't mind keeping the solars up and running, but I am going to need to be able to have the wind filling in to like cover since it happens all the time. At least in this game. Alright, how are we doing on our load? We're only covering about 20% of our need. Excellent. That'll take us far. Because what I'll need to do... You're going to end up having another set of... these. And there are those. Get you built. Get a storage building. And connect all this up. You'll make magnets. And honestly, the short-term solution for this is going to be just bring that over and plug it in so it comes straight across. That does mean that'll be like second priority. Meanwhile, we need to go here, and yes. Okay. Still doing your best. So that bumps us up to about 30%. Yep, that should be correct. Alright. So that'll bring that online. And then we'll need to make the coils. We're not gonna do anything fancy with this. I'm literally just gonna go, hey, you go this way, you go that way. Actually, let's grab you. Alright, we're getting there. I'm have to constantly like handcraft everything, which is definitely not ideal. Okay. All right, next up, we're going to need to get what we need for the wind turbines. And the wind turbines need the gear, the plate, and the coil. So I'm gonna have to make gears. That'll be another shim to add on here. All of this definitely helping our problem by having more and more power demand. All right, another solar panel up. Almost pushing 40%. We're getting there. And I don't see you getting what you need here. Oh, right, you're not connected. There you go. So that should get us our coils we need. What end up happening here is I need to get rid of those. You need to come across here. Oh, right. You're gonna have to go like this. Go like this. Okay, so I need the metal plates and the gears, which means I need another production building over here. Which does unfortunately mean I need to figure out how I'm getting the iron where it needs to be. Which is really not looking promising. Because I have organized these in such a way there's really no maneuvering room. That's fine. So what I could do here is let's break 3, break 3, break 3. Just backtrack that whole thing. Bring it this way. Go over, go over, go over. You'll need to go down farther. Pop over here. And you're back on track as if nothing was wrong. Okay, and we're gonna go over here. You don't have any secondary materials, so I believe I can just really just, smash you down there. And with that, I'll be able to run that up there and get all that. And you're gonna be for gears. Honestly, this planet must be way smaller than the other one because we are very quickly, expanding around a large percentage of it. Which does mean it's going to be a pain in the butt for defense. Alright, we'll grab you, drop that in. This plasma mercury? Yeah, no, I got the idea. But it's just like, you're sitting there going, yep, this is going to be a bad time. That's what this is going to be. Right now, let's bring this up here. And bring you up here. I put 2 of the same thing on there. That's how that works. That's great. Okay. And I was building what the heck with you? And the coils. That's right. So, actually, hang on their power. I'm gonna need you to scooch on over. I actually don't need you to scooch over, but I am gonna make you scooch on over. Because this should be the coils. Bring that over there. did the same thing over there where I put the storage in front. Didn't get quite enough space. Okay. So that should give us wind power. Same thing as the other one. Do not fill this entire box. Hey, Rock Penguin, how's it going? And Cody and everyone else popping in here. Alright, so we got a couple more solar panels. By that I mean a singular extra solar panel. Oh, I see. It is a weird thing. Like, again, it's a globe, so it doesn't actually grid out properly. Like, it shimmies slightly on the cat, like, as you get farther and farther to the ends. But it's also very upsetting that that's how that actually works. What's going on here? I see you having the thing to pull them in. That is the right material. You are in power's range. Yeah, you are in power's range. Double check our grid, make sure everything's hooked up. You know, out of redundancy just in case. It might just be that we've stretched the power thin enough that it's not able to actually function. Which is just while it's at nighttime. Because I need the coils to actually get through, and we produced none of them so far. And we are connected over here. And it is pointing the right way. Just not getting in there for right now. We'll worry about that in a minute. The sun's about to come up. And when it does, we're going to get a really big boost in power from all the solar we're starting to get set up and all that. Yeah, we're almost at 50% on the grid. We're trying to build it up as quickly as possible. You're definitely not working at all. Let's try the tried and true method of take that thing off. And now it's working. Okay, sure, why not? Okay. We're at 26%. We're still trying to secure our power grid. What would it take us to get our turret manufacturing online? We'll go ahead and put that down here. That's not what I'm looking for. It's what I clicked. Okay. We do have everything on there on the area. So you need those two are up here. That's the coil. And we'll need circuit boards, which I was making somewhere around here. Yeah, there's the circuit boards. Okay, so we can get all that over here. Conveniently, I already have you sitting right there. And this should be pretty easy to go right here and say, yep, I'm going to just borrow you for a hot second. Okay. I'm having a bad feeling when this first attack comes. This is gonna be a bad time. I need to get the guns building. I've already got the ammunition stockpiling, so that's good news. I got one of the two main components I need for my defense already rocking and rolling. I just don't have all the things I need. That's not what I want. Don't move from one track to the other, please. Just put it in there. There you go. Drop the coil in there. Okay, so you got two of the components. We need to get the circuit boards over here. We're just going to spaghetti this and not even consider the ramifications of our actions. Okay, and finally, what do I need? So I've got the coil. I need the gears. That should be easy enough to fix. We can just pop down here. Put in the sorter. Or not sorter, splitter. That's our power. You got all the materials you need. We're not gonna put any more effort into this. This thing needs to be running now. Okay, you got some power for me? Oh my goodness, you've got so much power for me. You only need one box. Oh, it's like landing really close to an enemy. Excellent. That's exactly what I want to hear. Hi, friend. I didn't realize I was building that close to you. It makes me feel not happy. I didn't realize I was gonna look up at the sky and immediately see murder death above my head. It's okay, they're at only a 0.2 threat. Clearly we're safe. We definitely don't have anything to worry about from the giant murder space armada thing. Okay, how's our power now? Still hovering about 50%. And that's because as we're bringing more power online, it is ultimately bringing more stuff. Don't mind me, just documenting my presence so I can be big mad at Twitch when the streak breaks through no fault of your own. Yep, Tumble, I know how that goes. Alright, we're building up threat real fast with number 3. Oh yeah, I wonder why we're building up threat real fast. It's like right there. Excellent. We're literally on top of it. Okay, so how's this all going? Getting more solar online. Getting more wind online. The first couple of guns are coming online. Oh, helps if you had your inventory up. The other thing I need to do. So let's see. Is there an easy way that I can hijack this? Yes, there is. I need one more assembly building going. Okay. So we're gonna do here real fast. We're gonna go ahead and get rid of all that. Please tell me get our splitter. Yep. Yeah, grab you. Do this. Connect you. Grab you. Conveyor belts, because I'm gonna need an absolute army of them. Okay, and you're entirely in power? Yep, alright. Oh, you already have 10? Dang, man. Alright, so we've already got that to branch out to our defensive location. My suspicion is we gotta worry about our stuff over on this side of the base first. But we are going to try and put a defensive perimeter. And that defensive perimeter is going to gradually become an offensive perimeter. But we will worry about that when we get there. In the meantime, the next thing I need to do is just get our power sorted. Alright. How's our power now? We are almost at the amount of power we're supposed to have. Almost. We're getting there. And as our grid's growing, the rate they're getting mad at us is going to just keep getting worse. But that's okay. That is all part of the plan. Why is nothing happening here? Because I'm dumb, that's why. Yes. We definitely needed, to have the same resource being put into both sides of the building. That is absolutely what that building was missing. Was the same resource being put into both sides of it. Yeah, that'll unclog it. Okay, so now it's actually doing its job. Grab more solar panels. Grab more wind power. There's no way I defend these things. And the reason I'm saying that is I'm just giving myself a wider and wider and wider perimeter that I have to somehow hold. And I still am not power-wise stable. It's probably not terrible. On the plus side, this used to be a separate entire area I had to worry about the power grid. I don't have to worry about that anymore. Okay. Power grid is stable for what it is worth. Alright, grab you. Alright, so the most likely direction I'm going to get attacked from is this direction, because we can see that is the tower that dislikes me. And I am practically on top of it from here. So, we are going to assume I'm going to get a nasty attack from here. I also need to remember that these get fed straight through. So for the initial coverage, let's just grab a conveyor belt and bring it over here. For the initial coverage, I'm going to literally just put these in line and just shove bullets in them. We're going to try and just overlap them, not like a proper build out of a defense. I'm just going to go with the strategy of, if we put enough guns over there, it should be okay. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so we've got that going for us. Alright, we can start with that. For first glance, it looks like a weird Factorio. Oh no, it's a multi-planetary one. Get the first gun online. Sounds like Mike Hunting came. Yeah, my understanding is the win condition is you build a Dyson Sphere. Alright, so I put a turret around here. We'll have overlapping coverage. That's going to be our step one, is just literally get any kind of overlapping coverage. Because once I have that, then I can go and double up and all that kind of stuff. Alright, so we've got the first line of guns up. We're at 75% threat almost. So, as a factory player, you love to not build by hand? Oh yeah. Alright, there go the bullets into the system. How's the power grid holding up? Fine so far. And yeah, we're just gonna keep trying to expand the defenses. Like I said, I have no idea kind of what we're in for. Oh. Here. I'm gonna put one of these near the front line. I'm gonna charge myself off this. Meanwhile, let's grab more of that oil. I can't remember. Do I have... Yeah, I've got a whole bunch of ammo in here. Alright. So the ammo is getting through. So the next turret in the series will be over here. We're getting kind of to our... I'm gonna say north face, but it doesn't really make sense to say it, but whatever. So that's the next gun coming online. Yeah, because I just want to get a boundary of any kind, and then we're going to turn around and try and, depending on how it goes, we'll either try to fill in the boundaries or something. I don't really know what we're in for, but we are very, very, very quickly going to be dealing with the siege. What was I over here for? There's something that's coming over here for. I think my first priority is to kick all of them off the planet. We have all these things. What was... I was coming over here for something specific, not just to top off my energy. It wasn't ammo. The ammo's good. Oh, the conveyor belts. Conveyor belts is why I was here. Yeah, no, right now I'm on the planet with 3 other bases, enemy bases, however you want to say it. Because we landed on Mercury, I believe it was, the equivalent of it. Alright, so we've got that set up. So let's get the next gun set up here. And we'll add a redundancy. Okay. And same deal. Scooch over. Drop another. Just the big scary enemy base flying like directly over us is not the comfiest feel. I'm gonna go ahead and level with you. Does not make feel great. Alright, so I've got you set up. How's the power grid doing? Power grid is holding up perfectly fine. We are in good shape on the power front. Alright, the attack is imminent. We'll try and get one more gun set up real fast. Alright, and here's hoping they attack from a side we actually got defended. Because we managed to get the north and the east side defended and most of the west. The south side, on the other hand, is completely and utterly fully exposed. Alright, and we are ready on the front lines. 8 units incoming. Okay, so we're good so far. Now, we can't get too complacent because literally I got another attack coming very soon. What direction are you coming from? The opposite side of the planet, so who the heck knows where they're going to actually arrive. So we're going to try and get the wall of guns on the south end as well. Because that is still the position we got available to be attacked. And then the plan from there is going to daisy chain guns directly into the enemy area and then just overwhelm it. That's the plan. There's that one. There's that one. There's that one. Alright, let's hook them up. add redundancy to them, so that way if one power antenna gets knocked out, it doesn't wipe the whole thing out. Alright, before we keep placing, I need to get these ones back filling. Alright. I feel like you're the bad guy in this thing. They were here first. I mean, we show up, we destroy the local environment, and we beat up the people who were here first. They may not be the goodies, but we're definitely the baddies. Alright. Alright, doing it time. Okay. Alright, so we're still waiting for the bullets to get through, so let's go and get our next couple up. Okay, I'll need one more to actually make them overlap. Alright, cool. So that's what it'll take to overlap them. And we're at almost 70%, so we're just trying to go as fast as we can to get this all squared away. Alright, and I need to quickly rush over here to where conveyor belts are being made. And we will loop it. So that way, if one of the conveyor belts gets destroyed over there, so there's a chance we can potentially bring it back online. Alright, let's get back here. We're at 81%, so the last attack is going to be on its way very soon. And how's the grid holding up as I've been putting all this on here? We're still solid. Alright, come on, keep building. Because then what I'll do is I'll build off a splitter, and I'll use that splitter as where we're going to grab our ammo to start pushing in towards the other base. I'm gonna need to get foundations going here, or just genuinely go to the other planet and just grab a bunch. We can probably get them going here. All right, cool. So we have all of the guns hooked up. I need to use the restroom real fast, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go right over here, and I'm gonna go with the strategy of assuming everything goes perfectly fine. I will use the restroom, and I'll be right back. So thank you so much for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a moment. Alright. Nah, I figured it's fine. Because that's one thing. This game does, like, let you know when the attacks are going to show up. So, unlike Factorio, where you just, like, they warn you the first one when it's on its way. But then after that, you're kind of just like, oh, they're showing up again? Oh, great. Have we already maxed out the ammo on the line? Okay. Alright, so what's going to end up happening here? Do I still have a splitter? I do. Alright. So I've got that going. Okay. So let's go grab some more some more guns. Because the tried and true classic way of defending your base, which is to build a ridiculous number of guns and then immediately use them to daisy chain into the enemy base. That is how you properly defend a base. Are we going to need to produce even more ammo? I think we're gonna need to have, like, the guns should be fine, but I think we're gonna have to up our ammo production. Your ammo? No. Where was ammo? You ammo? Ooh, I have to up my copper production. No, I don't. That'll fix that. Because then it'll back up on that spot, so it'll still work as a buffer chest. Oh, here. 1 second. That's fine. Yep, it's fine. Alright. So you're about to trigger an attack there. Alright, here they come. So we're looking at pretty weak attack so far. Can I squeeze one more production building in there? Yes, I can. And the reason I'm doing this is once they make that push into their base, we're going to start regularly burning a lot of ammo. So I want to make sure I've got that more than overstocked in what it needs to be. It looks like the third one's not going to get a chance. How's power grid doing? Power grid's fine. Okay. So yeah, we're producing the ammo as aggressively as we can, so it's going to keep backlogging here, that's fine. It just means it'll fill in any gap we get here, which is what we're hoping. Meanwhile, did I already grab the guns? I don't think we did we? No, we did. Meanwhile, it is time to push into someone else's home territory. The old StarCraft Protoss strategy. Which is, why worry about any of their other stuff when you can gun? Alright, let's not push any farther until this next... Well, no, actually, the next attack is... No, it's coming pretty fast. Let's give it a moment for the ammo to buffer. Get this attack knocked out. And then we'll start advancing, because pretty soon... So the issue we run into is these buildings here, they're going to result in us getting a lot of stuff. Let's say the next attack is from. It's like basically the opposite side of the planet. That's the challenge. They don't know where it's actually going to come from so far as this. Oh, I can see the other base from here. That's pretty funny. Like, how do you know when the attack will be? Oh, if you look up here, it says 90%. It's basically, they build up threat as you produce power or whatever. So when it says 100%, you get attacked. So if I click on that, that little red line is saying, hey, that thing's at 90%, but it's like the opposite side of the planet, which is the reason it looks like it's just going through the ground. The big thing I'm worried about is getting this engaged and then having that. So, like, the next attack will be here. Yeah, no, it's a bit of small UI. Put more fuel in my armor. Yeah, so there's my factory. And there it is. How close is it from the other side? Alright, so probably come my way. If not, we jetpack or whatever to the other side. I mean, genuinely, it might attack my other guns. I wonder if when I start properly attacking, if the other ones will attempt to assist it, or their threat will skyrocket. Okay. I think just long enough I don't want to stay here. Because honestly, most likely, it's going to attack here. And if it does, I've already got all my guns set up. Alright. Now, I do have to be careful to not get too close to those things, the plasma sentries. I've only died once so far, and it's because those things, like, insta-gibbed me. I walked out, and they just nuked me. Alright, so it looks like they are going to come right after the defensive line we're building, which is perfect. It's literally a line of guns. And in the moment it goes down, the next one to attack us is this one, so we're just going to push in on it. Alright. Fight in our object. What is your issue? You know what? That's fine. You don't need to fight. Okay. You don't have power yet. All right. And we can go pop, 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 and they'll have power. And so begins the actual attack on the base. You got your science automated? Nice. Base level 1. Okay. So what should happen is they should start peeling off some of their defenses. Where they're producing units really fast, that should die off. It kind of like can burst produce a bunch of units. And that needs time to recover. Alright. The row of guns is moving up. Let's start bringing down the old row. Alright. The train is a little less great this time. And adding redundancy to the power. And we'll get the next wave. Yep. Real-time strategy classic. You just slowly inch forward the line of defensive weapons as your offense. So that's the dangerous thing, and then once we get that destroyed, we're good. And that's just basically move the guns directly on top of it. And I got nothing to worry about. So we do have a problem of, I am out of conveyor belts. Hold, please. I got places to be. It's right over here somewhere. There they are. And back to the front line. Yeah, it's the only immediate threat left, and we're killing it now. And then I'm just going to put a turret directly on top of this, and we should be good. Yep, we destroyed the main building. We'll need to start producing foundation if we want to actually destroy it. Okay, and with that, we could go ahead and do... Now I'll be able to hit that. And then I'm going to put guns directly on this thing. We're going to clean up this whole spaghetti mess that's behind and just have that go in there. And then what would happen is I'd daisy chain that off to the next... Well, actually, I'd probably go back and put a splitter. And then take it wherever it needs to be. Alright. The rest of you are irrelevant. Okay, and those just keep track of it. So now what we're going to do with these conveyors, instead of like right now, or just a straight up disaster, we're going to short circuit the whole thing like that. Because none of this is needed anymore. Okay. Because it'll occasionally attempt to recover, but having a gun that's, or a set of guns that are just being fed ammo at all times. It just doesn't have a way to do it. As pointed out, it respawned and immediately opened fire. Because the thing has to rebuild that first building before it can build any of the others. Alright, and I should have an absolutely obnoxious amount of ammo in my inventory, which is wonderful. We have effectively shut down one of the main enemy locations. We've restocked all that ammo back into the system, and I think that's pretty good. So with that, I'm not going to take the time right now to deal with the other two. Looking at what we've got going on here. So I've got that one shut down. And if I remember correctly, we could see the other two from here. So yeah, so we've got one over there, so probably put a splitter there and start branching off that way. And then the last one was just over here. So realistically, splitter here, one track goes towards one track goes to the other. We can shut down all of them. And then need to get the tiles for placing on the bottom. But that's all going well. We still have the spooky big thing at the star itself. And that's been pretty good. I am starting to wonder, like, how long... Oh, did we run out of research? I say, how long until we have our main base start shutting down because we haven't been, you know, doing any of the expansion on the tech or anything like that. I've been just letting it idle there, doing whatever it's doing. Sooner or later, something will run out, and then the whole thing will break. We can worry about that when it does. In the meantime, I'm just researching everything, because why the heck not? Alright. Okay. Alright, so with that, what's going to end up happening, though, is we are hitting about the end of the stream, so I am going to get my character, wherever... There you are. To this. And I believe we should just save right there. Cool. And with that, what's going to end up happening is, first of all of you over on YouTube and TikTok, I'll be ending the stream for you, and everyone on Twitch, we're going to go and raid someone. So goodbye, YouTube and TikTok. As a reminder,